так называемых топах за свои деньги будет установлен датчик не хуже, и работать все это дело будет не хуже, тогда можно сказать, что вопрос уже решен. На днях появилась информация, что Xiaomi готовит очередную презентацию, которая пройдет 27 сентября, в рамках которой покажут новую серию смартфонов QIWI, которые берутся и для уже известной нам линейки CC. И, возможно, в будущем переродиться на глобальном рынке под видом какого-то ноута или что-то в этом роде. Вот как характеризует этот продукт один из ведущих новая трендовая серия мобильных телефонов. Инновационный. При первом взгляде на Xiaomi QIWI может показаться, что этот смартфон создан не Xiaomi, а другой компанией. Настолько новыми будут его дизайнерские решения. По сути, электрохромную заднюю панель, которая сможет менять цвет. Что-то подобное мы уже видели ранее у Oppo. Что же касается технической части, нас ждет либо флагманский медиатек, либо Snapdragon 778. Камера на 108 мегапикселей, дисплей 120 Гц и продвинутая фронт примочками для китайской молодежи. Не вижу смысла дальше развивать эту тему. Посмотрим, что нам покажут 27 числа. Или инфу, что Redmi уже в этом году могут показать модель K50. А вот прошку они припасли на начало следующего года. Почему так? Да потому что модель без ставки получит уже известный нам чип Snapdragon. На самом деле информации по ним не так уж и много. Но одно я вам могу сказать точно. Они уже готовы не на бумаге. То есть трогают сэмплы. Честно, лично я не верю, что мы увидим хотя бы одну из этих моделей с флагманским железом, а создавать конкуренцию внутри своего модельного ряда, было бы как-то неразумно. Продукт от Xiaomi. Компания Redmi представила новый, недорогой игровой ноутбук Redmi G20, далеко позади своих конкурентов. А супером Ryzen 4 карточкой RTX 3060 1000 TX 3050. Разница в цене между 16,1 дюйма с частотой 144, клаву, 4 отверстия для вентиляции, 16 гигабайт оперативной и 112 гигабайт постоянной памяти SSD. Это в топовом варианте. За него просят $1080, а за младший 880. Полные технические характеристики перед вашими глазами. Слушайте, но в Китае это сейчас самое выгодное предложение. А вот сколько он будет стоить у нас? Вопрос. Даже если на $200 дороже, все равно это конкурентоспособное решение. Если интересно, раздобуду на обзор.
Дети учат английский быстрее, чем взрослые?
Нет.
Прежде чем начать говорить, нужно выучить всю грамматику?
Нет.
Заниматься лучше всего?
А напоследок я оставил для вас всякую дичь. И начать я хочу с компании Apple. Да, в этот раз одной лишь только рубрики Apple Fail оказалось мало. 14 сентября.
Нет, Играй.
Брендовая серия мобильных телефонов с инновационным первым.
Вот это имеется в виду. Работу. Безработный. Вот она и медленно. Бороться надо. Значит, наоборот, значит. Наоборот, так не пишет никто, потому что
Яндекс – самая большая компания на рынке СНГ. Other question, how expensive is your current smartphone? Some people will say $600, you might have managed to get one for $400, some people might even say $100, but what almost nobody would have said is $20. And that is where QIWI and Pianist come in, two completely new platforms that are about to try and change mobile phones forever. So today, I'm collabing with Tech Volta to find out if either of them have a chance. He'll be focusing on Puffin OS in his video, and I'll be focusing on QIWI in mine. Watch both, and let us know in the description below which one you think has a better chance. So, right here, I'm going to answer the three big questions. Number one, how QIWI has created a completely new category of devices. Number two, the tricks that QIWI uses to be able to work seamlessly even on low-end phones. And number three, how QIWI is catching up with Android. Now, you probably already know, we can roughly sort mobile phones into three categories. You've got cell phones that can just make calls or send texts, feature phones based on Java or equivalent, and then it's smartphones that might run Android or iOS. There are 3 billion people in the world who have no access at all to the internet. They might have a cell phone or a feature phone and be able to call and text, but there's no way they could fork out $100 for an Android phone. But QIWI is bridging that gap rapidly, and I've actually managed to get hold of one of these devices right here. So let me show you how. Okay, so this is the Nokia 1810. Inside the box, you've got the phone on top, but also a pair of pretty cheap looking earphones. Got a 1500 mAh battery, and also a micro USB charger. So the phone itself, and when you pick this thing up and start to use it, some things become very apparent very quickly. It is super comfortable and light, and I like the fact that you can turn the screen on and off with this sliding mechanism there. Plus, it has 4G, and that is just the start. You've got Google Maps, which is a little finicky here compared to on a large touchscreen, but everything works. I can sit down and plot a route from Nottingham to London and get step-by-step instructions on how to get there, which, think about it, someone who's never had a smartphone and who's just spent $20 to $30 on something like this is incredible. It's got a YouTube app, which is pretty much the mobile website, but videos load without issues, and the actual speed is better than you'd expect. And maybe the most important addition with QIWI is Google Assistant. It does pretty much always direct you to the browser, but that's enough. It's enough for you to learn more about something that you're interested in, and it's enough for it to solve maths problems for you. It's not as jazzy as its Android counterpart, but you'd be surprised how it keeps up in terms of speed. Plus, one of the biggest ways that QIWI devices manage to save costs is by opting out of using a touchscreen. And whilst the caveat is that it's potentially fiddly typing on one of those numerical keypads, Google Assistant pretty much solves the problem. Say you're about to type a message to someone. Instead, you can just hold the middle button and dictate it. And because their computing is actually being done by Google's text-to-speech engine and not some built-in proprietary one, it is just as fast as if you were to do it on the Galaxy S10. Plus, QIWI generally is super fast because it's built with hardware limitations in mind. Performance is one of the only priorities. Downloading apps takes 2 seconds, and booting them up is something similar. If you think about it, it's really impressive that QIWI was able to build a proper ecosystem like this, especially when more established players like Samsung, like Microsoft, and BlackBerry have all failed to get their own platforms off the ground. So, I'm going to hand it over to Tech Volta now to explain the tricks that QIWI has used to really get their OS to take off.
If you think about it, a new platform like QIWI really faces 2 key challenges. One, it has to work with very little processing power. Because, of course, it is built for cheap devices with very cheap components. And 2, it needs an app ecosystem. But, of course, in 2019, it is very difficult to convince app developers of all sorts to port their apps over to a new platform, as Windows Phone, BlackBerry, and many others have proven. So instead of having its own native app platform, QIWI runs web apps, which most app developers already have. But QIWI only allows the most optimized ones into its app store. So those would be the apps that actually offload most of the heavy-duty processing tasks to cloud servers instead of running them on the devices themselves. So for example, Google Maps planning routes on the web server, or Google Assistant doing natural language processing on the web server, for example. With 4G connections becoming reliable and cheap even in developing countries, QIWI is betting on the fact that even cheap devices can finally start taking advantage of the cloud infrastructure. So with this really smart software strategy, QIWI is making feature phones really intelligent. But you might still be wondering how this relatively simple operating system is starting to catch up with Android. So back to you, Martin.
You might remember an OS called Firefox OS, a completely new operating system built by Mozilla for smartphones, tablets, and even TVs. QIWI is actually using DNA from Firefox when that project was discontinued, but there's a specific reason why this is taking off, and that failed. You see, on the Mysteries of the Boss channel, we've already talked about a whole bunch of alternative OSs. Samsung's Bada, Google's Fuchsia, and Huawei's Hongmeng. And whenever someone's asked the question, can this thing become the Google's Fuchsia and Huawei's Hongmeng? And whenever someone's asked the question, can this thing become the next main smartphone OS? The answer is always maybe, but probably not. Every single smartphone OS, by its very definition, is going can be compared to Android and iOS, two competitors that are seemingly so far ahead that it's almost impossible for a third party to come in and compete. But QIWI isn't pitching itself as a smartphone operating system, even though they have got potential to steal market share from Android, as there will be some people who will be choosing between the two. Because QIWI is hitting a price point that Android couldn't possibly get to, it doesn't actually need to be as good, because they've created this entirely new category of semi-smartphones at the price of, frankly, a dumb phone. There's very little competition here, and if the theory wasn't enough, the numbers back it up. We first started seeing QIWI in 2017, and now it is on over 100 million phones. If you think about that figure for a second, in terms of percentage growth, that is far beyond what Android is and ever was. The second thing in favor of QIWI is that updates are coming in fast, and the kind of updates we're talking about, they're much more dramatic changes than just adjusting how icons look or introducing a dark mode. The phone has already picked up support for Facebook and Twitter, and just recently WhatsApp too. I'm pretty sure it's just a matter of time before we start getting Instagram, Uber, Spotify, and with this you can start to see that QIWI is not just another piece of software, it is a potential lifestyle accelerator. Especially in developing countries, this thing will be giving people access to a completely new way of living. And that brings me on to the third thing, that is sustainability. QIWI is different. It has an app store, just like all those other operating systems that have failed in the past, but unlike them, it already has the user base to support it. By pitching itself to this almost uncontested market, QIWI has managed to rack up over 100 million users, and that itself is the biggest hurdle. The current quantity of apps is pretty slim, but because they have that user base, the incentive for developers to now come on board and make more stuff is already pretty strong, and that's all cemented by a very intuitive QI ads system that can monetize their apps for them. So, you've got loads of users who are hungry for content and loads of developers who are ready to start making it. All the ingredients are here for a really bright future. But one thing I would say is that the future of an operating system like this is a little uncertain. Because generally, people are getting wealthier. You would think that QIWI has really strong short-term appeal whilst money is short, but then at the same time, in the long term, when incomes become substantial enough, that people would rather have the full smartphone experience with something like Android as opposed to the cutback version. Yeah. So the only way I see QIWI surviving long term is by slowly branching out to more premium devices and by starting to offer more and more of a comparable experience to Android and iOS. So that in itself could be pretty exciting. The last thing to bear in mind about this is that using one of these phones actually has some significant advantages over using one of these phones. The Nokia 8810 that I've got here is lighter, it's smaller, and it can last just as long, if not longer, than my S10. And I could also see a situation where even someone who already owns an Android might prefer to take a QIWI phone to a music festival or to a holiday. Its low cost means you're not too worried about losing it, and the fact that it's powerful enough to stay fully connected, also being so powerful and so capable that it's distracting, might actually strike the perfect balance for some people. QIWI could also potentially find a market as a secondary phone for someone who already owns a proper smartphone. We'll have to see. Anyways, don't forget to watch the video on PuffOS, which is on Tech Volta's channel. And once you've seen both, you can let us know in the comments below which one you think is more capable. And with that being said, my name is Aaron, this is Mr. Who's the Boss, and I'll catch you in the next one.
Яндекс, самая большая компания на рынке СНГ, придумала, как умножить капитал жителей России. Проект Яндекс.
For the last month, one phone has been on my mind. One phone has come in and impressed me so much that it might be time to reevaluate how we think about other phones. But it looks like this. We're talking about the Zenfone 8. The box looks a little on the rough side, but that's because they've removed the layer of plastic that you normally see on a lot of other boxes. Plus, more importantly, top goods, a hardback plastic you normally see on a lot of. The box looks. It looks like reevaluate how we think about other phones. But it looks like this rough side, but that's because they've removed the layer of plastic that you normally see on a lot of other boxes. Plus, more importantly, top goods, a hardback plastic case with some light texture, a USB-C cable, and a 30-watt charging port. But that is all the phone. Bearing in mind that this is €599, which is not super expensive, but it's also not cheap. That this is what last year's Zenfone 7 looked like, and that Asus as a company has proven that they understand what it is that consumers want. I was perplexed. Like, what is this? I was so confused how the same company who created designs like this and this have just launched something so devoid of character. I feel like I've just jumped back 10 years in a time machine. Actually, let me show you. Right, have a look at this. Completely unbranded, 100% generic. It was actually $50 from Wish.com. But the point is, this is kind of what this is reminding me of. It's got a completely plain monotone finish, a logo that really just looks like text, and possibly the most generic looking camera system on the market right now. Asus did say that we've tried making loads of fancy color options in the past, but because people would always just end up buying black anyways, this time we decided to keep things white. Which is a fair point. But I think because this phone's core design is so simple anyways, it always needs a more jazzy finish to stop it looking budget. I did also do the usual to hand it to other people and see what they think test. And the responses range from it looks like a toy to it looks like a prototype. And I think the reason that it doesn't quite look finished is that the camera is misaligned. Like if you're going to put something in a corner, you really have to make sure that it's an equal distance from both edges. Otherwise, it just looks a bit lost. They've tried to give it some flair by putting a chrome ring around the front camera. I would normally be all for stuff like this, but the whole reason these whole bunch cameras are great is because you can kind of forget they're there. Putting this ring around it is a bit like having a constant reminder, like, hey, don't forget about me, I'm still here. Anyways, the reason that I'm giving it such a hard time for this is that the design is completely at odds with what the phone can do. You put this next to a OnePlus 9 or a Galaxy S21 or a Xiaomi 11, it fades into the background. But actually, this is star of the show. And thanks to Dashlane, background. But actually, this is star of the show. And thanks to Dashlane for sponsoring this video.
So keep at the forefront of your mind when I tell you this, that this is a small phone. In fact, if all you did was just look at its top-down footprint, you'd think, okay, it's about the size of an iPhone 12, but it actually fits much better than that in the hand, thanks to being not just narrower, but also having a curved back versus Apple's razor-like edges. And the thing with small phones is that they're usually riddled with compromise. Because you've got to remember that if I take a big phone and just shrink everything, it's going to be worse. Like if I make my camera smaller, they're going to let less light in. If I try to have a chipset in there that takes up less space or needs less cooling, it's going to be slower. And if you have less room to push sound through, the speakers are going to be quieter. And so we just kind of come to expect that if you're shopping for a small phone, you're having to ask yourself the question, what am I giving up for that size? Not anymore. Thanks to a new PCB design, some very clever bits of engineering, and just sensible decisions on what really matters, for €599, you are getting some of the best hardware and software, irrespective of size. For example, performance. When you look at this thing, you probably think, oh, we'll have a mid-range chip. It actually has a Snapdragon 888, still the fastest you can get, paired with 6 to 16 gigabytes of fast LPDDR5 RAM, and 128 to 256 gigabytes of fast USB 3.1 storage. That's not just high-end performance, that is ultra performance. We're talking 770,000-ish on the latest version of AnTuTu benchmark, slightly higher than my S21 Ultra, and that score sustains itself reasonably well even after repeating it. Than my S21 Ultra, and that score sustains itself reasonably well even after repeating it. But I did notice something this year, that it was auto-entering a sort of high-performance mode as it detected that a benchmark was running. So take these figures with a heavy pinch of salt. Why are we like this? But I tried heavy pinch of salt. Why are we like this? But I tried all sorts of games on this at their highest possible settings, and it just feels awesome. The phone can get warm, but it doesn't seem to impact performance at all. And there's just something incredibly novel about running an open-world game on max settings, although you can almost completely use one-handed. The display, it's quality too. It has 5.9-inch AMOLED, 120Hz refresh rate screen, protected by Gorilla Glass filters. It doesn't feel distinctly different to the very best phones I've used. It's got a little bit more of a border than I'd like. It isn't the #1 brightest, and it is only 1080p in resolution. So I'm going to hold off on calling it exceptional, but to be honest, for a screen of this size, I wouldn't have used a high resolution even if it was an option. Just don't need it. And the side effect of this, one of the few things that compact phones do have going in their favour, is that because you can get away with a low resolution and a small display, you don't need as big a battery. And because you don't need as big a battery, you don't need as high a charging power output to get the same results. It's a slightly convoluted point, I realise, but what I'm trying to say is that even though the Zenfone 8's 4,000 mAh cell and 30-watt charging sound like they belong on a mid-range in 2021, they deliver. Half an hour of charging will get you to about 70%. And 70% of this phone is a full day of normal use. Partly because of the smaller display, partly because they're using an E4 panel which cuts consumption by another 15%, and also partly because this phone is stacked with battery-saving nuggets, like a dark overlay if you leave a game open without touching it, like how it slightly dims your wallpaper, like how aggressively it manages your background apps. This is not just great battery for a small phone, straight up great battery. And if you're enjoying this video, then a sub to the channel would be heavenly. And this phone doesn't cut any of the corners that you would expect it to cut. It has a smart key, which is both a power button and whatever else you want it to be. So, like a true millennial, I set mine up to double tap and open only. It's got a notification set mine up to double tap and open only. It's got a notification LED on the bottom of the phone to check if your phone's finished charging or if your crush finally texted you back. Oh wait, there's a new linear vibration motor that makes typing feel really satisfying. Bottom of the phone to check if your phone's finished charging or if your crush finally texted you back. One of the clearest implementations of Android with a deep level of satisfying. It has one of the clearest implementations of Android with the typing feel really satisfying. Oh wait, there's a new linear vibration motor that makes typing feel really satisfying. It has one of the clearest implementations of Android with a deep level of customization if you're looking for it. Plus, as it's an Asus phone, they've pretty much just dumped the entire software suite from the ROG gaming phones on here too. And we're not nearly done. It has a set of stereo speakers that completely defies the phone's dimensions. You literally will have to double take to check that so much volume is in fact coming from such a tiny package. It has an official IP rating, wireless charging up to 15 watts, and a headphone jack. Now, I don't want to sound like one of those dinosaurs who's clinging on to the past, because the headphone jack is on the way out, but the fact that it is still featuring on this phone feels like nothing short of a miracle. A flagship phone in 2021, whose entire being is centered around being as compact as possible, has a headphone jack. Okay, all of this just leaves us with one question mark. The cameras. But it's a big question mark. After all, Asus isn't exactly known for creating incredible camera systems. This is trying to be not just a compact phone, but also a affordable phone. And let's face it, this doesn't exactly look like it's going to do much. But it's better than you think. So, two cameras, a main 64-megapixel one and a 12-megapixel ultra-wide one. And assuming that your expectations are somewhat grounded, I think you'll be pleasantly surprised by the level of detail, the background blur you can get, the ability to brighten dark areas, control highlights, and the general color profile too. I call it natural, but with a little bit of pop. And this carries through to the ultra-wide, which also has bonus of generally minimal color shifting as you move to it. As a sort of rough gauge on where this thing sits, I'd say the Zenfone 8 is just shy of the OnePlus 9 in terms of photo quality, which is not the greatest award you can bestow upon a mobile, but that's a bigger phone, that phone costs more, and that phone is still considered some of the best value you can get. Lifetime performance is pretty good too, actually. And because this phone, unlike other Asus phones, and also unlike the OnePlus 9, has optical image stabilization, I'm going to say the video recording just feels like it's come from a larger camera. But the obvious point of contention here is that, when in mid-2021 now, can you really call this a flagship camera system if it's only got two cameras? Asus has an answer to this. They say that yes, we only have 2 cameras, but these 2 cameras are doing the work of 4 cameras. So the ultra-wide camera doubles as a macro camera, because it can also focus on close objects 4 centimeters away. It's fine, it's nothing special, but it works. And you'll also notice that there's no zoom lens here, but because the camera is 64 megapixel, and by default it's scaled that down to 16 when you take photos, there is also room in that sensor to be able to just punch in and still get a crisp 16 megapixel output. So for example, this is a normal photo taken at 1 times. Notice how we can't really see the brickwork of this building, but this is 2 times. And even though the shot is on the exact same camera, now you can see the texture. This type of zoom isn't a new concept, and it's not a complete substitute for having a dedicated zoom camera, but I do agree with Asus's choice that if you were only going to have 2 lenses on your phone, then it should be these 2 lenses. A couple of things that do need work though are 1, the UI. It's about time Asus redid their interface. It just feels wiry and not at all consistent with the bright material design of the rest of the operating system. And 2 is the front camera. And this is a bit weird because in the briefing documents I received for this phone, Asus seemed very proud of the sensor they managed to use here. In practicality it's fine, but it's also not something you'd want to be bragging about. Like you can get nice shots in good lighting, but if you try portrait mode or blow up background, in low light it gets particularly grainy, and because the angle is tight, when you're taking a video on this, you almost have to kind of like stretch your hands out a little bit further than feels comfortable, just to accommodate the face. So overall, this camera system is not incredible, but it is good. And if you have a look at this tally we've been keeping, it should be pretty clear why this phone is so special. Because even though the cameras are good, they're like the weakest part of it. The performance, the display, the battery, all the little things like the notification LED, the headphone jack, the size of speaker units, these are very good. And these are very good by the standard of any phone, let alone a device with such a stringent price constraint and a stringent size constraint. It's a bit of a shame that it looks like the kid who got bullied in class as opposed to the hero it actually is, but there shouldn't be a reason not to at least consider it. It genuinely is the most amazing, boring smartphone I've ever used. Do you know what's not boring though? Dashlane, an app whose entire goal is to make the internet easier. So you've probably been told at some point that the internet is an unsafe place, that you're constantly at risk of being hacked, and that you should make each of your account passwords not just different, but also complex enough that they end up looking like this. But who's going to remember them? That's what Dashlane is for. So you use your Face ID or your fingerprint, and Dashlane will then be able to instantly autofill all
Не переключайся. Я здесь, чтобы сберечь твой рекламный бюджет и нервы.
И как же ты это сделаешь?
Систематизирую твои знания о маркетинге и закрою их пробелы.
Да ладно, а кто ты такой, чтобы учить меня?
Я Роман Кумаргас, основатель маркетинга и ментор западных стартапов. Моими плечами более 400 успешных кейсов в продвижении продуктов.
I feel like every other day we see a new company boasting about how fast their new smartphone can charge. But what a lot of these companies don't tell you is that faster charging doesn't come for free. So very quickly, the way your battery works is with two poles, a negative and a positive. At the negative end, you have a ton of free electrons. At the positive end, you have less. So naturally, those electrons just want to flow from that negative end to the positive. And along the way, they can power whatever component you put in their path. Once they've all flowed, your battery is dead. And that's where charging comes in. We can use electricity to basically push electrons back to the negative side, creating that difference again. And so really, all a fast charger is doing is pushing those electrons back faster. But there are some problems with this. For starters, it means that in any given amount of space, you actually get less battery capacity. In every battery, between that positive and negative pole, you also need a separator. It's there to make sure that the electrons don't just go straight from one side of the battery to the other, and that capacity. In every battery, between that positive and negative pole, you also need a separator. It's there to make sure that the electrons don't just go straight from one side of the battery to the other, and that they actually go through the circuits that you want them to. But see, the faster you want to charge your battery, the thicker you have to make this separator to keep the battery stable. And so the extra amount of usable battery you have, the battery density, falls. And if you want to charge ultra fast, like you have to make this separator to keep the battery stable. And so the extra amount of usable battery you have, the battery density, falls. And if you want to charge ultra fast, like a lot of these new phones are starting to do, you've got to take this a step further and also split the battery itself into two separate batteries, which, as you can probably guess, waste even more space. This is why you pretty much never see ultra fast charging on anything but big phones, because it takes up so much room. And if you're enjoying this video, by the way, a sub to the channel would be tremendous. Number 2. Faster charging means faster electron movement, which, generally speaking, creates more heat. And heat is not a battery's best friend. It can slowly and subtly change its physical structure, which will make its ability to hold charge fall over time. As a very rough estimate, even if you kept your battery at 30 degrees Celsius, you could expect to lose 20% of your battery capacity over a year. And if you kept it at 40 degrees Celsius, something like 40% could just disappear. This is why it's recommended that when your phone is charging, try to leave it alone. It's already going to be warm from the charging, using it is only going to add to that. You might have seen some gaming phones recently, which have USB-C ports positioned to be able to charge while gaming. I would do it. The only one exception is if you're going to use bypass charging, which basically just forces your charger to power the components of your phone directly and not touch the battery. So your battery percentage would go up, but it also wouldn't go down. I know Asus has this on their Origin Phone 3, for example. Now, sadly, it also wouldn't go down. I know Asus has this on their Origin Phone 3, for example. Now, side note, this potential heat damage to the battery is also one of the many reasons that wireless charging kind of sucks. If you have the option to charge your phone with a 30-watt wired charger or a 30-watt wireless charger, the wired one is the way to go. Wireless will use up more energy, and all that extra energy ends up as is heat. Also, a lot of wireless chargers just promote themselves as a way to always keep yourself topped up at 100%. But actually, this is the exact opposite of what's good for your phone. So you remember how when the battery's full, you basically push all of those electrons so that they're sitting in the negative pole. And when your battery's empty, how they'll all be sitting in the positive. Well, because of this, both 100% and 0% charge are actually the two most imbalanced and high-pressure states to keep your battery in. In an ideal world, you would constantly keep your battery at 50%, where the free electrons are evenly distributed between both the negative and the positive. You might notice that when you next go get a new phone and power it on for the first time, that the company you bought it from will have pre-charged it to something close to 50%, because they know that it's going to be sitting on store shelves for a while, and this is the way to get the least battery degradation. Okay, I kind of sidetracked there a little, but that brings me onto the third issue with fast charging, that the more powerful charging becomes, the more you'll notice diminishing returns. Have you noticed how whenever manufacturers quote how fast their chargers are, they'll always use the starting figure? How fast can it charge the first 50%, for example? Well, that's because the wattage you get given is not actually the wattage that your phone will constantly be charging at, it's just the maximum it can reach. And it'll reach that maximum somewhere during that early part of charging. As your battery starts to get full, no matter how powerful your early charging is, you have to drastically slow down to protect the battery's health. And as a result, a 60-watt charger is not twice as fast as a 30-watt charger. And a 120-watt charger is not even close to twice as fast as a 60-watt charger. So, fast charging does, through some avenue or another, mean you're going to get less battery as you use your phone. And this is why some companies are integrating the option to slow charge, even marketing it as a feature, which I get it sounds crazy, but but hopefully now it makes a bit of sense. And if I had to guess, I would say that this is also part of the reason why it took Apple so long to switch away from giving people these tiny little 5-watt charging ports. Obviously, providing these in the box will make them more money, because they then sell fast chargers separately, but they also probably figured that because most of their users were fine, they wouldn't complain about the existing charging speeds. If they raised it, all it was really going to do is reduce the longevity of their phones. And because Apple makes so much money from software and services, they actually want people's iPhones, which are the portals to that content, to last as long as possible. This is why they provide software updates for 5 years solid on every model. It's why they even tried to slow down older iPhones to preserve their battery life. Apple wants its phones to last a long time. That's part of the reason why they haven't introduced 65-watt fast charging. I talk about fast charging and the problems it causes, but I do just want to stress that it's not as bad as some people make it out to be. There are some redeeming factors. For starters, some people seem to have this idea that slow charging is good for your battery. I wish this was true, but no. No matter how careful you are, no matter what charger you use, your phone, after 2 years of charging and using the battery, is not going to be able to last as long as it once did. Secondly, fun fact, when your battery shows 100%, it's not actually 100% full. Most manufacturers, they add a buffer into the smartphone, so that even when it looks like it's full, there is a little bit of extra capacity, so you don't completely fill it and damage it big time. But on top of that, historically, one of the problems with fast charging is that your device would charge it pretty quickly, but then continue to receive charge even when it's full, and that can be damaging. But nowadays, most manufacturers, they design their included power bricks to be able to communicate with the phone they were made for, to actually cut the power when you hit 100%. So overcharging isn't really a problem either. And the cherry on top is that a lot of phones now use something called optimized charging, where the battery will be prevented from hitting 100% until you actually need it to. So my iPhone, for example, has actually learned that I usually get up in the morning at 7:30 a.m. So when I go to bed and stick it on charge, it'll charge to 50% straight away. And then throughout the night, it'll just sit at that 50% figure, right up until an hour before I wake up, when it'll start filling itself. This is now a default feature on iOS 13 onwards, and some Android phones do it too. Before I made this video, I actually spent some time talking to Xiaomi, who is a strong advocate of ultra-fast charging speeds, but also Asus, who is a strong advocate of larger, higher density batteries with a slower charging speed. And the general consensus from everything I learned is that there is a sort of sweet spot. So in 2020, I'd say something like 30-watt charging is roughly what you need to give you speed, but also keep the heat relatively low and allow you to have a large, high-density battery. Besides, going down this route of having a high-capacity battery will naturally speed up your charging anyways. But think of it like this: if I charge both a 3000 mAh cell and a 5000 mAh cell with the same power at the same time, the 5000 mAh will reach 3000 way before the 3000 mAh one will, because of that whole concept of charge slowing down as a battery starts to fill up. So when people say that they don't like the idea of fast charging, I get it. For the same reason that display resolution on phones hasn't really gone up in the last 6 years. For the same reason that we're not seeing 4K and 8K screen panels, there are strong, diminishing, and often negative returns to faster charging. I'm sure that over the years we'll be able to kind of shift that sweet spot further out with the introduction of new materials like graphene, but at the same time I think that idea of a sweet spot, this compromise between battery capacity and charging speed, will stick around. If you enjoyed this video, do consider subscribing, that'd be amazing. My name is Aaron, this is Mr. Who's the Boss, and I'll catch you in the next one.
Как-нибудь недорого.
Ну, то надо искать.
Смотри.
Банкиру легко добиться выгодный кредит с высокой вероятностью одобрения. Банкиру знает, где выгоднее.
Apple says that the iPhone 13s have the best battery life of any past generation. So, in front of us right now, we have every iPhone Apple sells right now. The 13 Pro Max, the 13 Pro, the normal 13, 13 mini, last year's iPhone 12, the year before's iPhone 11, and finally, the iPhone SE. I've set them all to an equivalent level of brightness, and also made sure that every phone still has 100% battery health, or in other words, lasts as long as it should last. So, let's see if Apple is telling the truth. The phone to beat right now is the Galaxy S21 Ultra, which hit 8 hours and 41 minutes. Okay, we're unplugged, we're on the way, and I've structured this test to start with light social media, move on to heavy gaming, and then into one of the most taxing things you can do on a phone, using cameras. Now, I think that with these iPhone 13s, it is more important than ever that Apple delivers on its promise of more battery, for 3 reasons. 1, Android flagships now almost consistently come with enormous size batteries. 2, with last year's iPhone 12 Pros, instead of actually improving the battery life from the year before, Apple reduced it from the 11 Pros, which actually meant they fell behind a little bit. And 3, battery life is meant to be one of the main selling points of the iPhone 13s. And so if it just ends up similar to the 12s, that wipes off a big potential reason that someone might have to upgrade. But at the same time, if Apple has nailed it, they will have corrected one of the main barriers to owning an iPhone. We've not had a single year so far where I've looked at the entire iPhone lineup and thought, yeah, all of these have really good endurance. Anyways, interesting results so far. We've had just under an hour, but there is already a huge gap between these phones. Apparently, the iPhone 13 Pro Max is still on 95%. I'm not sure I completely buy that, but it's definitely promising. Oh, and then to search up VPN sponsoring this video. The other thing that we need to keep a really close eye on is how the new 13 Pro iPhones perform versus the normal 13 and 13 mini. Because, as you might know, this year, Pro iPhones have new displays that can refresh up to 120 times per second, as opposed to 60. However, if not done right, refreshing twice as fast can obviously be a huge drain on the battery, and so we could well have a situation where the normal iPhone 13s outlast the Pro iPhone 13s, and that wouldn't be great. In fact, of all the features that you need specifically on a Pro phone, I would say that none of them are as important as battery, because Pro users are going to use their phones more. Just came in with creative chaos and left. Pro users are going to use their phones more, and more than likely they're going to use them for more demanding tasks, like recording 4K footage and video editing. Can we just have a moment to appreciate how poor the battery life is on the iPhone SE? I mean, I guess if you had someone who literally just used their phone for calls, it might be enough, but this kind of battery alone is enough such that I wouldn't recommend this phone to anyone. And I actually had a spare iPhone SE. I was going to give it to a family member, but then I remembered how poor the battery life was, and actually decided it would cause them more problems than it would solve. But check this though, so far, the battery lives are performing in exactly the order of the price of these phones, and looking pretty promising actually. As I was hoping, the Pro phones, they are ahead, which means Apple has figured out how to add 120Hz refresh rates with little to no compromise. And the fact that after 3.5 hours, the iPhone 13 Pro Max is on over 70%. I'm actually just realizing now that I may not sleep tonight. This is the problem with battery tests. The better the phones get, the worse my life does. Okay, so, iPhone SE is dead. I usually say that if a phone can get to 5 hours in one of these tests, it means the battery life is good enough, that you shouldn't have to worry about it. Less than 4 hours though, is fair reason to worry. Don't get the iPhone SE. And it also looks like the iPhone 11 is following suit. And to be honest, in 2021, I don't think this phone is worth its asking price either. Like, you can tell very easily compared to the iPhone 12 and onwards, the screen is low resolution, it's only an LCD panel instead of an OLED, so colours aren't the best, and the borders are just chunky. The way that Apple tends to work is every time they release a new set of iPhones, they will discontinue some of their previous ones that they think might overlap in terms of demand, and then for the ones they keep, they'll knock like $100 off the price. So, this iPhone 11, for example, released at $699 in 2019. It then got dropped to $599 last year, and now it's sitting at $499. But the thing is, this hardware ages much faster than the $100 cut compensates you for, or in other words, other phones have just gotten better. Okay, how are we doing? Holy crud. I just realized something. It's been over 5 hours, and the iPhone 13 Pro Max is still on over 50%. That phone is on track to break every record we have ever had. And while the iPhone 12 is doing, well, pretty good, this is quite cool. The entire iPhone 13 lineup is outperforming it, including the Mini. The battery life is the single main reason that I never even considered using the 12 Mini. I mean, I probably still won't use the 13 Mini. I like big phones, but it will probably be enough to remove my inhibition from recommending it. So right now in this test, we have reached the camera stage. So to start with, I was taking photos on each phone, then I started recording 1080p video on each phone, and we're just finishing off now with 4K video on each phone. I don't think the iPhone 12 enjoyed that too much. Oh, I do want to point something out here while I remember though. So nothing to do with batteries, but which one of these iPhones looks like it has the slimmest bezels? It's the normal iPhone 13, right? And the reason for that is that the outer rim of Apple's phones, the band of colour around the sides, it extends all the way to the edges of the screen on the front. And so, if you pick a darker colour, all it does is make your screen bezels look thicker, because you just eventually got 2 black layers around your display. Also, the lighter colours are much better at not showing fingerprints. So, yeah, I strongly recommend going light. Okay, the 13 Mini has just honked out. I'm going to fast forward this test now so we can get the results quickly. And while we do that, final time I'm mentioning this, I bought 10 iPhone 13s myself to give away to you. Links to that are in the description. I am kind of at a loss with this 13 Pro Max. I'm now convinced that this is going to be the current record of 8 hours 41. It's just more a question of by how much. And bear in mind that on this test, every phone has had Wi-Fi on, Bluetooth on, also edges of your screen on the front. And so if you pick a dark colour, all it does is make your screen bezels look thicker, because you just eventually got 2 black layers around your display. Also, the lighter colours are much better at not showing fingerprints. So, yeah, I strongly recommend going light. Okay, the 13 Mini has just honked out. I'm going to fast forward this test now so we can get the results quickly. And while we do that, final time I'm mentioning this, I bought 10 iPhone 13s myself to give away to you. Rules for that are in the description. I bought 10 iPhone 13s myself to give away to you. Rules for that are in the description. I am kind of at a loss with this 13 Pro Max. I'm now convinced that this is going to be the current record of 8 hours 41. It's just more a question of by how much. And bear in mind that on this test, every phone has had Wi-Fi on, Bluetooth on, brightness high, and speakers at 50% volume. And this 13 Pro Max specifically is in a league of its own. With 25% left after over 7 intensive hours, what am I going to do with that much battery? I've literally had to reschedule my plans for the evening because of how long I've just realised I'm going to be sitting here. And do you want to do something really crazy? This is the first test I've ever done where the timer phone has also given me a low battery warning. Anyways, let's check out how
Really impressive. I'm so impressed with this. In some areas of Rato, entire lines of code.
Here we are. So, the first one to finish was the iPhone SE with 3 hours and 38 minutes. I would feel uneasy recommending this phone. The only was 38 minutes. I would feel uneasy recommending this phone. The only possible scenario I can think of is potentially like a grandparent or someone who is trying to upgrade for a really old iPhone, like an iPhone 6, and who absolutely needs to have a physical home button. Now, then we have the iPhone 11. It is over 14 minutes ahead, which is a very significant jump, but still falls below that 5 hour mark. The long story short, I think if your budget doesn't stretch to over 500, you should probably stick to Android. You can get a really solid Samsung, Xiaomi, or OnePlus for that price. But then the iPhone 12 is leads ahead. It beats the iPhone 11 in battery by over 1.5 hours, putting it comfortably in the category of good, solid battery life, and more or less rendering that phone redundant when you factor in all the other improvements too. That said, the fact that this new iPhone 13 mini lasts a whole half an hour longer than the regular size 12 actually makes me want to say that between these two, this phone just makes more sense. If they're exactly the same price.
Да. Да. Кто здесь? Там сидит. Да, слушаю. Никого? А, это
And yes, this phone just makes more sense. But they're exactly the same price, and yes, this mini is a compact phone, but apart from screen size, it doesn't have any of the usual trade-offs that come with being smaller, and it's actually the more powerful, longer-lasting phone with better cameras. You can also buy the iPhone 12 mini right now for $100 less, but I really wouldn't. This is where things get really interesting, because the normal iPhone 13 is a lot better than I thought it would be. I've had plenty of top-end flagship phones that are in this bracket of between 7 and 8 hours. And so the fact that Apple's base iPhone can now match that, I think changes the entire narrative. It's not just a case that you won't have to worry about battery life here, I think changes the entire. And so plenty of top-end flagship phones that are in this bracket of between. This is where things get really interesting, because the normal iPhone 13 is a lot better than I thought it would be. I've had plenty of top-end flagship phones that are in this bracket of between 7 and 8 hours. And so the fact that Apple's base iPhone can now match that, I think changes the entire narrative. It's not just a case that you won't have to worry about battery life here, it is more that it will actively impress you. And looking through Apple's past lineup, that's not happened very often. But it gets better. The iPhone 13 Pro took that and then added a whole 32 minutes of screen on time to it. But that puts this in the top 5 to 10 phones I've ever tested, and it greatly leads dimensions. I'm also just relieved because last year the iPhone 12 actually outlasted the 12 Pro, which really just didn't sit right with me. We sorted it this time. And then, finally, you see it yourself, this one's just nuts. Let me establish something here. The way that I rank phones on these tests is, if you can get over 5 hours, good, solid. If you can get over 6 hours, that is great battery. If you can get over 7, really great battery, it has gone above and beyond. If you can get over 8 though, incredible, the top tier. You will definitely notice how it never seems to run dry. Okay, the iPhone 13 Pro Max lasted just under 10 hours. This is not just the highest score I've ever recorded, it is miles ahead of anything else. And even though, yes, each battery test does run different apps, and you can't make 100% direct comparisons, it's far enough ahead that I can say for sure, this is the king. Okay, at this point, I probably don't need to tell you what a VPN is. If you want to either browse the internet anonymously, change the location of your device to another country, to watch TV shows from that country, or avoid censorship, or even just to escape data throttling from your internet service provider, then a VPN is the way to go. But then you're faced with the question of, which one? And from what I've seen at least, there is no other VPN that's offering close to what Search offers. A limited number of users and 24/7 support for this kind of price. If you use the code BOSS, you get an 83% 24/7 support for this kind of price. If you use the code BOSS, you get an 83% discount, as well as 3 months for free, and that takes it to just $2.49 a month. I spend more on payment clips than that. Oh yeah, and it also has the option to remove ads and trackers while browsing. To check out my iPhone 13 Pro Max camera composer, that's up here. Or for the full unboxing of every iPhone 13, that video is here. My name is Aaron, this is the Boss. I'll catch you in the next one.
Как избавиться от страха перед будущим? Слушайте, а зачем от него избавляться? Жизнь такая, жизнь постоянно меняется. Если вы живете, вы боитесь. Если вы не живете, то тогда не страшно. Но жить-то надо. Если вы живете неинтересно, здравствуйте. Я зовут Владимир Яковлевич. Вы меня знаете, наверное, по моим прошлым проектам. Вы знаете, что это паруса, журналы, власть, деньги. Проект «Возраст счастья» и мои видео я как-то не знаю. В общем, так или иначе, мы с вами знакомы. Я вам скажу так. Волноваться очень хорошо и полезно. Если вы активно живете, вы волнуетесь. Если вы не боитесь развиваться, значит, вы боитесь завтрашнего дня. Это абсолютно нормально. Другое дело, как сделать так, чтобы волноваться и при этом не переставать радость, чтобы бояться, но при этом использовать страх в своих собственных интересах. Если хотите знать, приходите на мой вебинар. У меня даже дома есть правильный вебинар, он называется «Продолжение света». Ссылка внизу, кликайте, приходите, это очень важно. Вебинар абсолютно бесплатный. Очень важно.
Как сейчас? Зона. Ну что ты решил? Эй.
Россия таит в своих недрах множество ресурсов. Вдумайтесь, население России 2% от населения земного шара, а полезных ископаемых мы добываем 40%. Куда ввели из списка огромные запасы нефти и природного газа. Но ресурсы... Alright everybody, today let's do a little bit of ear training, okay? So it's been a long time since I've done an ear training video. The thing about ear training is that it is absolutely critical to every facet of your playing. It's critical to being able to hear what those around you are doing, and also having good ears and being able to recognize shapes of vocabulary. It is a huge part of what makes you more capable of learning what others are doing quickly. So if there's a musician who you admire, you want to transcribe what that person's doing or just understand what that person is doing at a basic level, if you already can hear those things immediately upon first listen, you are light years ahead of someone who has to sit down and figure each thing out. Okay, so the thing about having a good ear is, honestly, it's not magic. It's not something that someone is just born with and one of you has it, one of you doesn't. I won't deny that there are probably some of us who, maybe have some level of talent which gives us a potential to have very good ears. But I do believe that, just like going to the gym, maybe one of you is more naturally athletic than another, but if the unathletic person goes to the gym and works super hard, they're still going to end up being super buff, at the end of however long it takes. So that's the thing about ear training too. I guarantee you there's a way to train your ear so that you will be able to hear practically anything on the spot. So when I first started playing, I had a good natural ear, maybe for hearing one or two notes or a simple melody, but I certainly could not do what I can do now, which is I can honestly, at this point, after years of training, I can actually basically tell you pretty much any chord as long as it's not a crazy clustered voicing. Any jazz voicing, I can pretty much pick it out and play it somewhat immediately. Again, that's a learned skill, and I've actually learned tons of great exercises and developed a lot of my own exercises over the years that I think can really expedite that process, make this entire learning process so much faster for you. So today I wanted to start with some basic intervallic ear training exercises. We're going to take it from there. So the way this is going to work is I'm always going to give you a starting tone, okay? So here's the C. This is your C. You have to familiarize yourself with this tone, get it in your ear, so that when I play the next thing, you can hear it. So here's our starting tone. Let's go fairly simple today. Next, you have to tell me what this note is, and you're not allowed to use any tools or cheats. You just have to think of it in your head. Don't even use your instrument for that. Here's the starting note, and here's our next note. One more. Okay, so the answer is so. Start with a C, jump up a tritone to an F sharp. Okay, now before moving on, I want to actually teach you guys a few tricks. So the way I started off, being able to figure these things out, is I would start with a C, right up here, and then suddenly someone will play the next note. Okay, how do we get there? Well, the way I do it is I just sing up a major scale. Da, 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 da. Okay, must be in between those. Da, da. And if I have to, I'll go da, 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 da. There it is. Okay, so you sing up the major scale. Da, 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 da. I passed it. Da, 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 da. Apologize for my singing. So that's how you go up the major scale. Same thing you're going down. So if I give you a C and then I play you a okay, let's sing down. Cool, okay. C, B flat, A, G. That's the note right there, the F. Cool. Now let's say we're going to get a little more complicated here, and we're going to actually play two notes at once. So here's your C. Okay, so we did C, and then we did G and D together. Now, the way I would have figured this out is I would have sung, okay, I'm going to start from low to high. I'm going to get the low note first if I can. Okay. Cool, okay, got it. Now, some of you may find that you can't get that low note. You can only hear the high note. That's okay. So okay. Okay, I got the high note. Here's C. What is this note? Okay, I need to figure out what note that is. Let's see how this goes. Oh, cool. Okay, it's just an octave above the second note, D. Okay, so at D on top. Let's hear the whole thing again. Okay, I can't hear that bottom note. Okay. Oh, that sounds right, actually. So 5 down from D. E, C, D, A, G. And so we found our bottom note. So that is a great way. I hope this is a good introduction to how you can start practicing and working on ear training. Okay, so these are some good ways of starting with basic intervallic ear training, basic intervallic structure. Of course, this is all relative pitch based. And these ways of thinking about it can help you start to familiarize yourself. Now, what you'll find starts to happen over time is you be able to see, right, that you just hear this, you immediately know what it is. Again, this is not because you somehow develop perfect pitch. This is because your relative pitch, you immediately recognize the shape. You know, that is a fifth. I know that. I also hear the bottom note immediately. I know that it's a fifth up from C. So I just know exactly that it's a J and a D from bottom to top. Again, honestly, it's just like learning a language. When you first learn a new word in another language, that word is super uncomfortable. You can't really use it naturally in a sentence, right? So what you do is you hear the word over and over, you hear yourself speak that word, and you start trying to use it in context, and before long, you instantaneously recognize that word when someone else speaks it. That's the exact same thing that's happening here. Before long, you instantaneously recognize the shape, and it becomes second nature. All right, guys, I hope you found this super helpful. As always, please make sure to click subscribe, click like on the video, and please turn on the little bell so you have notifications on. That way you'll never miss a video. See you guys at the next one. going to show you a very interesting test of perfect pitch, your ability to identify a note without a reference. I'm going to play you 2 notes, and I'm going to ask you a question. Ready? Okay. Here's note 1, and here's note 2. So my question for you is this. Which of these 2 notes was higher than the other? This question sounds simple, but statistically speaking, if you have perfect pitch, you are less likely to get this question correct than people like me who don't have perfect pitch, because you're perceiving the pitch chroma, the name of the note, more readily than the relationship between the notes. Very interesting. Here's another one. I'm going to play 2 melodies. This is melody 1 and melody 2. Even though the melodies start on different notes, the distances between the notes is the same. So we think of them as being the same melody, just transposed to different keys. But that isn't as immediately obvious to people with perfect pitch. There's a 2002 study where musicians with perfect pitch and without perfect pitch were shown sheet music of a melody and then play that melody back in a different key. They were then asked if the sheet music was the same melody as what they were hearing. Is this the same melody? And if it isn't the same melody, where does the melody change? Musicians with perfect pitch fared worse at perceiving the transpositional identity of the same melody than musicians without perfect pitch. Very interesting. Now, don't get me wrong, there are many things that people with perfect pitch can do that I can't, and I am definitely jealous of what folks like Gene Lee and Jake Collier can do with their superhuman feats of ear training. But there are some reasons why you might not want to have perfect pitch, and your life as a musician or music lover is better without it. Let's get into them. This video is brought to you by CuriosityStream and my streaming service, Genuine. Perfect pitch, or technically absolute pitch, is a disease.
We're here with Charlie. Charlie has a really crazy talent. He has a disease that's called perfect pitch. And basically can hear notes and he knows what they are just by listening to them.
It's hard to know just how many people are afflicted by the malady. Some studies suggest that it's just 1 in 10,000, but the noted epidemiologist Jimmy Fallon has that number a little bit higher.
The field that is perfect pitch, like less than 1% of us have this talent.
And my YouTube algorithm breaking poll pegs that number at 3%, which is a lot higher than 1 in 10,000. So what exactly is going on here? Pitch perception exists kind of on a gradient from I have no idea what's going on to you can kind of think of 4 categories here. Untrained, relative pitch, quasi-absolute pitch, and absolute pitch. The way that we're going to talk about this is in terms of color perception, because that's often how people with absolute pitch think of it, as pitch chroma, pitch color. Untrained pitch is when you just don't categorize pitch when you're listening to music. It's like seeing the world in black and white. You might have a very deep relationship to the objects in the scene. The apple tastes just as fine to you, but you aren't perceiving the pitch. Absolute pitch is like seeing the world in color. You don't have to think about whether or not the apple is red. It's just red. The plant is green. The note is F sharp. With true absolute pitch, there is no thought process and no reference. The current scientific thinking suggests that the encoding occurs very early on in auditory perception. People who speak tonal languages like Mandarin, where the pitch contour is very important in communicating information, are more likely to develop absolute pitch than people who don't natively speak tonal languages, as well as people who start their musical training very early on in life. A full 74% of native Mandarin speakers who had their musical training start before age 5 had developed absolute pitch in one study, way more than that 1 in 10,000 number cited earlier. Now, I know this is controversial, but it's generally understood that you cannot learn perfect pitch as an adult. It is something that is learned in early childhood, and there's really nothing that you can do about it. But you can learn something which is almost as good, and that is called quasi-perfect pitch. Quasi-absolute pitch is kind of like looking at this grayscale image, seeing the apple, and then remembering, oh yeah, apples are red, and then seeing color. Because that is immediate. It's based on a memory, but you can use that memory to your advantage. There's a couple of ways that this works. The first way is what's called true pitch, or instrument-specific absolute pitch. It's when you are so familiar with the timbre of a specific note on a specific instrument because you played it over and over again. That's why many guitarists just know the sound of the open E string, but you know what it is. That's the open E string. Woodwind players, especially in my experience, clarinet players often have this because there's such a unique tone color to every note on the instrument. They become very familiar with those unique tone colors as they relate to the pitch. This all adds up to the thought process of, hey, that's an apple, and apples are red. There's also something called heightened tonal memory, which affects both musicians and non-musicians. Sometimes it's called the Levitin effect, where you've heard a song so often before that you can always reproduce that song in the correct key.
Honestly, you know what I go to? I go to a couple things. I go to Green Dolphin Street, for one, so I always know where E flat is. I go to the So What bass line, so I always know
That's a good one. Yeah, that's a real one.
And I go to an F blues.
Interesting. Okay.
Some people might think I have perfect pitch if I'm quick enough at picking up those anchor points using relative pitch to figure out whatever the note is. But that's not what's happening. It's actually just, I'm just bouncing it off of the memory that I have as like an anchor, and then using relative pitch to figure it out. Like
for me, unfortunately, the song that the Levitin effect is most lodged in my brain is the last chorus to Don't Stop Believing by Journey. That's an E, by the way, that truck, because the last chorus of Don't Stop Believing goes, Don't Stop, which is an A and G sharp, and then that's down to an E. I'm not even going to check. But I don't have perfect pitch. I just have that tonal memory so deep in my brain because of cover gigs. Relative pitch is the final category, and it's probably the most useful for musicians. It's what we're trained in. It's the ability to identify notes and scales and chords and melodies and intervals and the relationships between them. So if you played this for a training musician, they'd probably be able to tell you, oh yes, that's a 2 minor 7, a 5/7 flat 9, and a 1 major 7. They wouldn't necessarily be able to tell you the names of the notes. They could tell you the relationships between them, so that if you gave a reference, like you said the first chord began on a note G, they could calculate out the rest of the notes and the rest of the chords. The implications of this are kind of weird when you apply the color analogy here. It's like seeing this image in grayscale and then being told that the plant is green, therefore the apple must be red. It's like you're perceiving the wavelengths of the green and then calculating out the redness of the apple. Having relative pitch is kind of like being colorblind and then working out what colors are based on context. Color analogy breaks down a little bit here, but it's still kind of useful in understanding how other people might experience pitch. You know, when you assign words like red to some kind of color experience, you're assigning a category to that experience. It's called categorical perception. And that categorical perception is very much dependent on the language with which you speak. So, for example, in Russian, there are multiple words for what in English we might just call, like, blue. Like, multiple words for this. What's interesting is that studies of perfect pitch and absolute pitch have really just dealt with one kind of category, and that is 12-tone equal temperament. People who are trained in 12-tone equal temperament are more likely to assign their perception to the notes of the piano. I'd be really fascinated to see if that translates to different kinds of tuning systems in different cultures that didn't have 12-tone equal temperament as the default, but there haven't been any studies on that, so we shall see. So to recap, we have 4 ways of experiencing pitch. We have absolute pitch, we have quasi-absolute pitch, we have relative pitch, and then we have the untrained ear.
Ну да, мы настроили на себя рекламу, потому что поможет тебе вырасти до маркетолога уровня.
Я все же решил помочь сталкеру Волку, что запер на элеваторе, и подошел к лагерю странных бойцов, вооруженных необычным оружием. Они действительно были расслаблены, что позволило мне утащить ключ от двери и, вернувшись на элеватор, освободить Волка. Но уходить мы не поспешили. Было решил дождаться, когда эти бойцы вернутся сюда и посмотреть, чем они занимаются. И они действительно вернулись. Когда я подошел, чтобы увидеть, что они делают, те буквально испарились, однако оставили после себя флешку. Будем с этим разбираться. Не забудьте прожать лайк под это видео для его дальнейшего распространения. Приятного просмотра. Большинство ребят поддержало то, чтобы я отдал свой череп контролеру. Вернее, не свой, а тот, который я нашел в холодильнике. У меня такой вопрос. Большинство из этих же ребят либо сами играли в этот мод, либо уже видели прохождение. И все поступают именно так, они отдают череп. Неужели вам не интересно, что будет, если сыграть по-другому, не так, как все? Ну, видимо, нет. Вы хотите опять смотреть на то же самое. Ладно, проблем нет. Разговариваем с ним, хорошо, давай меняться. Инфотреть его полученным данным. Благодарю тебя, добрый человек. Получается, великий доктор ошибался. И все люди злые и жестокие. Я расскажу тебе о том, где найти ценные вещи. Пойди в заброшенной деревне, что через дорогу, и найди на окраине ее маленькое кладбище. Там под одним из крестов есть тайник, который сделали твои соплеменники. Можешь брать оттуда все, что тебе нужно, потому что хозяева их уже давно мертвы. Прощай, до скорой встречи. Ну, пока. Стой, подожди. Скажи мне, куда ты отправишься дальше по своим делам? И если забредешь в нашу общину, то эта штука пригодится тебе, чтобы пройти мимо привратников. Не выбрасывай ее. Что за община? Какие привратники? Зачем мне эта гармошка? Ну вот, в принципе, и все. Я получаю гармошку какую-то, чтобы пройти в общину. Думаю, что позже мы с вами выясним, что да как. Тут нам делать больше нечего, можем покидать эту местность. И вообще приходилось сюда немного за другими вещами. А именно где-то тут должен быть тайник из сновидения, потому что я точно помню, что рядом был вагончик какой-то. Вот он, вагончик, пожалуйста. И я стоял в каких-то камнях. Возможно, вот дальше там камни. И, по-моему, даже что-то черное вижу. Либо это костер, либо рюкзак. Подходим ближе, и это все-таки был рюкзак. Там наверное, в муравейнике приглашение. Обыскать место. Давай выищем. Тут у нас находится ПМ-выключатель. Аномальное оружие. Пролежав долгое время в земле зоны, это оружие начало превращаться в артефакт. Теперь из него можно нанести дополнительный урон псевдопсам и слепышам. Далее, страница дневника неизвестного и патроны для этого самого ПМ. Дневник неизвестного, часть 1. Неизвестный. Приглашение повернуть поговорить с новичком. Что там за дневники такие? Во-первых, инфа 3 на окраине хутора на Погоне есть маленькое кладбище. Тайник под одним из крестов. Это понятно. Дневник неизвестного, часть 1. Нас 4. Я никогда ранее не встречал этих людей и не знаю, как их зовут. Для краткости, каждый из нас придумал себе позывной. Дело предстоит необычно. Нужно кое-кого прихлопнуть. Странно, что этот кое-кто по кличке Жук задумался спрятаться в зоне. Впрочем, неизвестно толком, что это за человек. Возможно, он тут как рыба в воде, а мы знаем об аномалиях только понаслышке. Конечно, главный очкарик, перед тем, как вручить нам контракт, прочел краткий курс по выживанию здесь, в этом аду. Нам давали смотреть фотографии, показывали разные слайды, зачитывали инструкции, как определять опасные места и бороться с мутантами. Мне все это напомнило учебку 84-го перед Афганом. Там нам тоже много чего рассказывали. А в горах было по-другому. Коллеги подобрались вроде бы опытные. Не нравится мне только этот первый, которого поставили главным. Слишком высоко он себя ставит. Хотя в прошлом обычный силовик, мент. Возможно, даже повар по
Ладно, в зоне все станет на свои места. Завтра нас перебросят в Берингтон. Блокпост прошли без проблем. Вояки немного по нам поработали, но все выше голов. Скорее всего, липа для отвода глаз. Ну и ладушки. Первый определил место для лагеря, но оказалось, что оно уже занято. Какие-то бомжи там уже расположились. Третий сразу же предложил слить. Какой-то он нервный, однако. Я возразил, и остальные меня поддержали. Нам нельзя отрекаться на разную чепуху. У нас серьезная цель. В этот же день мы потеряли первого. Очень странная смерть. Его убили из какого-то бесшумного оружия. Возможно, это была аномалия. Мы просто нашли его на посту без признаков жизни и без видимых повреждений. Не знаю, как остальным, а мне его не было жалко. Говно был, а не человек. Так тупо подставился. Сразу видели профессионал. Главным стал я, а первого мы похоронили вместе с его именным оружием. Двигаем на север, к местности, именуемой свалка. Понятно. Теперь, значит, идти на свалку. И там использовать эту маску. Тем временем уже очень стемнело, надо скорее возвращаться в лагерь. У меня вроде как карма не низкая, и мутанты рядом со мной ночью спавнить не должны. Но знаешь, всякое может быть. Там у нас артефакт появился. А что, может, даже пойдем заберем его? По идее, если я посплю, время промотаться, и еще один должен появиться. Кстати, стоит 25 тысяч, кстати говоря, даже дороже, чем кольт. И он должен носить дополнительный урон по собакам и псевдособакам. В принципе, для рандома очень даже полезно. Так, используем прибор, если частоты. Понял артефакт щебень. Я даже не заметил его, как я его подобрал. Ну, щебень и щебень. Лучше тут ничего не упадет. Хотя вроде играю в начале игры, по-моему, не кажется. Ты прикинь, это уже какая 5-я серия, а мы все еще на картоне. Вот это да? Ладно. Я так понимаю, что это даже лучше не продавать, а у щебень можно. По поводу ибупрофенов. У меня 7 штук. Пойду поговорим с новичком по поводу маски. И я нашел то самое место. И что там было? Вещи и часть дневника. Судя по той инфе, что там была, он принадлежал наемникам. И их было 4, и они должны были кого-то здесь ликвидировать. Один из них погиб, а остальные ушли в глубь-зоны. Так, интересно. Ну-ка дай почитать. Ясненько. Что делать с этим всем? У меня идея. Если их, как ты говоришь, было 4, то можно предположить, что и остальные тоже сложили голову. Есть смысл поискать их вещи. Наверное, там есть чем поживиться. Надо отправиться на другую локацию и попробовать одеть маску там. Возможно, она подскажет тебе новые секретные места. Так, я поступлю. Все, по этому квесту теперь надо найти всех остальных членов группы и по записке, судя по всему, свалка следующая точка. Пойдем к Скину. Эй, Скину, мне нужно кое-что проверить. Что у тебя там? Это флешка с информацией. Куда ее читает? А у тебя тут вроде как компьютер есть. Мне надо ознакомиться с ее содержимым. Давай сюда. Вот так. Странно. Ну-ка еще раз. Нет, не пошло. Похоже, что флешка твоя же, дохлая. Потому что мой ноутбук ее не видит. Хреново. Значит, я так и не разгадаю эту загадку. Погоди-ка, что-то тут не так. Сработало? Нет, не заработало. Скажи мне, где ты эту флешку взял? Нашел неподалеку. Флешку в зоне. Придумал бы что-то интереснее. Когда я попал в лунку, мы решили немного проследить за 3 какими-то подозрительными типами на Сарменце. Внезапно они исчезли, словно растворились. А после них на земле я нашел эту флешку. Так интереснее, что за типы? Одеты были формы, похожие на спецназовскую. Оружие имели хорошее, не охотничье. Все время по сторонам осматривались. Нет никого поблизости. Интересно, да. Короче, Жекан, не флешка это у тебя, а что-то другое. Что-то под нее сработанное или замаскированное. Что ты взял? Я немного в электронике разбираюсь. Это раз. Во-вторых, она увесит стандартной пластмассовой флешки. Плюс к тому же, на ней вот тут сбоку выгравирована некая эмблема в виде латинской буквы G. Такие фирмы по производству электроники я не знаю. Есть мнение, что это скорее даже и не флешка, а источник аккумулятора. Аккумулятор? Да, источник питания. Я такие видел когда-то. Их обычно делают под заказ для разных фирм или частных лиц. В свете тех событий, что ты мне описал, мой тебе совет, не выбрасывай эту штуку. Ищи гостей. Гостей? Думаешь, все трое вернутся за ней? Думаю, да. И если ее у тебя не окажется, то я тебе не позавидую. Кажется, я влип. Я смотрел останки туриста и нашел в них контейнер. Он разъединенный кислотой? Представь себе, нет. Однако он плотно сгубой. Погляди сам. Действительно. Ну-ка проверь, можно ли его открыть. Впрочем, стоп. Еще не хватало, чтобы из него какая-то дрянь вылезла и загадила мне бункер. Что ж ты предлагаешь? Подожди, мешай. Так. Здесь сбоку есть надпись. Кардигановские лаборатории. Слышал я об этой лавочке. Они скупают разную дрянь для исследований через частных лиц. А что там? Контейнер надо этот выкинуть и подальше. Да уж, но я не пойму, почему этот турист столь хорошо экипированный погиб в студне. Ведь если он пришел сюда специально за образцом этой аномалии, то должная защита у него должна была быть. Тем более, что, по словам Волка, у него с собой был полный фарш. Почему турист погиб именно в студне? Хороший вопрос. Я тут вспомнил кое-что интересное. Пока ты ходил, рассказывай. Турист этот приходил ко мне 2-3 недели тому назад. Как он пробрался мимо военных, он ничего не сказал. Равно как и о цели своего прихода в зону. Да я и не спрашивал вообще-то. И даже не помню, как этого туриста звали. Помню только, что имя у него было иностранное. То ли Джон, то ли Джек. Так вот, приходил он ко мне, договаривался насчет проводника. Сказал, что будет здесь недолго. В саму зону углубляться не станет. Но ему якобы нужно было сделать несколько фотографий для какого-то журнала. Проводника он просил ему выбрать из местных. Я посоветовал ему одного человека. Кого же? Да был тут один такой. Не знаю, как и назвать. Он вместе с группой пришел, из которых живых никого уже нет. Имени его я не знаю, потому что обращались к нему все только по кличке. Хотя некоторые из наших называли его не иначе как бомж, потому что неряхой он был страшным. Никогда не мылся, все время ходил за стайном в ватнике и в какой-то дурацкой кепке. Плевался, сморкался, рыгал, как черноморский кабан, гадил где ни попадя. И запашок от него был еще тот. Я его к себе водовозом приспособил. Он мне в бункере воду таскал, дрова для печи колол. Какая кличка у него была? Ванамас. Странная кликуха. Но всем было пофиг. В чем суть-то? Я дал проводники туристу нашего Ванамаса. И после этого ни туриста, ни бомжа никто не видел. Короче, все сначала подумали, что оба они сгинули, но в свете последних событий мне кажется, что дело нечисто. Понимаешь? Думаешь, что этот Ванамас мог прихлопнуть туриста за снарягу? Думаю, что мог. Мутно был. Понимаешь? Ну и что ты предлагаешь делать теперь? Если по большому счету, то всем пофиг. Это зона, здесь нет закона. Но напрашивается вопрос, а не бродит ли этот Ванамас где-то поблизости? Вооруженный неплохой снарягой или с пушкой убитого? Что если завтра кто-то из наших пойдет в мусорке за артефактом, а вместо комара получит пулю в лоб? Короче, надо как следует осмотреть близлежащие окрестности. Если муж еще жив, то он должен где-то устроить себе логово. Не помешало бы. Но я думаю, что лучше все-таки сначала допросить, потому что мало ли, вдруг он не убивал. Это как-то странно, сразу же кидать
возлагает на человека обвинение, а вдруг, наоборот, тот человек убил Ломаса, поэтому найти и допросить. Полагаешь? Смотри, чтобы он тебя перед допросом спиной воткнул. Раз уж ты такой крутой, то пожалуйста. Вряд ли бомж мог хорошо спрятаться здесь, на кордоне. Ищи его рядом с постройками или развалинами. Поищу. Советую разобраться в истории как следует. Здесь не так все просто. Я то же самое говорю. Однозначно пойти его замочить такое себе. Я сходил к Эверисту, нашел под ним кое-что. Что ты там откопал? Это какая-то башка. Посмотри, с виду обычная голова зомби. Они толпами везде шатаются. Немного высохшие. Что в ней ценного? Если ты читал то, о чем писал Суслик в своих сообщениях к Дыму, то должен помнить, что в поисках клада под Эверистом ему мели.
О, stories well. Дело, что наоборот. Окей, да, окей. Вчера. понятно. Телефон.
Всем привет! Сегодня мы расскажем и покажем, как работает агрегатор мессенджеров и соцсетей Inbox, встроенный сервис Unity. Интерфейс системы дружелюбен и будет понятен даже тем, кто никогда не работал с CRM-системами и хелпдесками. Давайте приступим. Находим систему. Первое, что отображается перед нами, это вкладка Fresh. Здесь отображаются все новые сообщения от клиентов. Посмотрим, какой есть функционал системы. Начнем с фильтров. Есть фильтры по каналам, по источникам, по сотрудникам, по тегам, по типам сообщениям и по статусу сообщений. Также есть поиск по клиентам и по сообщениям. Теперь посмотрим сам диалог. Первое, что у нас открывается, это переписка с клиентом. Теперь нам необходимо решить, что делать с диалогом, принять его или отправить в архив, если он не актуален. Также тот, кто принял диалог из ваших сотрудников, сразу назначает соответственно за этот диалог. Теперь посмотрим правое меню. В этом поле указывается информация, откуда поступил диалог, телефон, почта, адрес. Далее указывается информация об обращении, статус воронки, стоимость, если вы договорились с клиентом в процессе диалога. Информация о товарах, обратите внимание, у нас есть интеграция с мой склад, заметки, можно добавить тег, комментарий и добавить напоминания, если это необходимо. Теперь рассмотрим само окно переписки, указываем текстовые сообщения. Можно сюда отключить. В данном случае у нас подключен аккаунт Instagram Direct. В случае, если у вас подключен Instagram комментарий, вы можете выбрать сюда Direct или комментарий. Шаблон ответа.
Хлопчаном на одном из недавних стримов, который проходил 500 лет тому назад, мне один молодой человек задал вопрос. Дословно, нахуй ты играешь в ебучий ДТР, когда есть мизери? И меня осенило. Во-первых, это что надо планетных GUBAEVов, которые, блядь, указывают мне во что играть. И во-вторых, действительно, нахуй нужен ебучий ДТР, когда есть БГ-подобный мизери. И вот я все скачал, вы посмотрите, даже ярлыки указывают на то, что ДТР это серый кусок параши, блядь, который никому нахуй не нужен, а мизери это что-то яркое и увлекательное. Блядь, нахуй ничего с этого делать, я там проникся модом, я...
Мне подвернулся шанс пройти через железную дорогу. Для этого надо было лишь заманить боевиков в Луномар.
Hello everyone, welcome to my channel. My name is Akira, I'm a pianist, piano teacher, and a translator who is lived in 3 different countries. On my YouTube channel, I'm posting my performances, as well as videos about music and not about music, whatever I find interesting. So please subscribe and hit the bell button next to it, so you'll get notification whenever I put out next video. Today I'm going to talk about voicing. Voicing in piano refers to playing certain part of the music louder or softer or in different tones so you can distinguish from the rest of the sound. To better understand it, I'm going to play a few examples with and without voicing so you can hear the difference. Here's the main theme from Pavane for Dead Princess. This is how it should sound with proper voicing. This is how it sounds without voicing. When voiced correctly, you can really hear the melody standing out of the rest of the sound. And it gets even worse when the music gets more complicated. But if you voice correctly and bring out the melody and suppress the rest of the sound, it will sound like this. One of the benefits of piano is that you can play the entire music by yourself, from the bass to soprano. Many other instruments can play only one or a few pitches at the same time, so you need a few musicians to get together to play the entire piece. But with 10 fingers, you can play many sounds at the same time and create the entire music by yourself. But that comes with one challenge. If you don't voice it properly, you won't be able to hear the melody clearly over the accompaniment. And that's where the voicing comes in. I feel like voicing is one of the most neglected topics taught by piano teachers. And even though I had many wonderful teachers, I feel like I really found out how to do voicing in college. I knew as a pianist, I had to bring out the melody over accompaniment, but I wasn't quite sure how to do it. So today I'm making this video so that you can have a head start on it. And to introduce voicing to my students, I use this music called Berlin Leaves in Piano Adventure Series, Level 2A, Lesson. In my studio, this is the second book students get, and they usually get to this point in about a year and a half. So you can tell I introduced the concept of voicing early on. I'm going to play this piece once so you can hear how it sounds.
Действительно сложно избавить себя от сильных поиска клиентов, запуска рекламы, ведения соцсетей и прочее.
I have a few reasons why I use this music for first voicing lesson. But one of them is because this is so beautiful with voicing, and it has such a simple structure where right hand is your melody, and left hand is your accompaniment, except for this E right here. This is originally meant for introducing ledger line E, but I find this music such an opportunity to introduce students to voicing, and it's supposed to play with damper pedal all the way. And I'll talk about damper pedals more in a future video, but damper pedal exaggerates everything. So if you're playing beautifully with nice voicing with your fingers, that's going to sound very beautiful. But if you're not doing it properly, it's going to sound like a mess like this. You can't even hear the melody. So how do you start doing voicing? First, we're going to have to think about what makes your piano sound louder and softer. And that is your finger pressure. If you're playing with a proper technique, you should be playing with curved finger like this. And then when you play the key, you're going to curve even further and tap onto the key like this. Of course, with your fingertip. Now when you play, if you squeeze these muscles harder and tap harder, you get louder sound. If you gently tap by gently squeezing these muscles, then you get softer sound. Loud, soft. You can't really see the difference, but it's all about how much squeeze you have in your finger. So this is another reason you can't grasp your fingers. Then you have no control of these muscles. At this point, your finger is just a sticker. So after learning all the notes and rhythm, the first thing I ask my students to do is to play right hand really loud and then left hand really soft, like this.
Of course, this is not pretty, and you're not going to perform like this, but this is just to get your hands to play at different strings. And when you first start this feels like impossible, because our brain's programmed to play right hand and left hand at the same strings, or to do anything with your right hand and left hand at the same string. Unless you're trying to squeeze out the last bit of toothbrush from the tube while holding a tofu in your left hand, you will never have to do something really strong in your right hand and really soft in your left hand at the same time in your daily life. So this is the exercise I make my students do during the lesson. You're going to take the first two notes you're going to play together in this music, left hand A, right hand B, and play the left hand really soft and right hand really loud. But not at the same time, but slightly off from each other. So like left, right, like this. And we repeat that a few times and get them closer and closer. And hopefully you can play soft and loud at the same time. If it doesn't work, then try the reverse. Do the right hand first, left hand next. And let's hope you can do both hands together at the same time. And you do the same thing with the next note together, left hand A and right hand C.